Hello everyone, this is Stevie and Heartbound, and I'm once again playing EverQuest. Today I thought it'd be fun to go into the Torgiran mines. Let me check my widget, as I always do. There we go. I like how with EverQuest everything always works properly. Bonus is the Thanksgiving holiday. You will earn an additional experience in faction, and rare enemies will be more likely to appear during the Thanksgiving holiday. It's always very fun. But before we go, I want to go back to my secret vendor. I was looking at the map, and there's some underwater spots, and while my character has Enduring Breath to cast, I don't have any fish scales. I think, what's this? It's just decoration. You never know in this game. Oh, I went into the Torgiran mines. Okay, big brain. I want to check the special vendor I have. I could be wrong, but I think I'm the only person that's ever done the Torgiran mines on the stream. I just want to invis down real quick like. I'm using Brewall's maps. I have levitation, but this one doesn't let me use it for some reason. This won't take but a second. Those powerful walks on those ogres and trolls. I think they look cool. If you're a player troll, you kind of get overlooked a lot of times. Any role troll can play. I think everyone would rather play an ogre. So I was like, well. Okay. I think he has fish scales, doesn't he? Yeah, he does. Oh, why not? So I'm gonna buy 100 fish scales. And my game's gonna freak out on me. Now the reason I bought those is because I can cast my Enduring Breath needs a reagent, which is fish scales. Okay. And I'll show you why I did that just a second. You could, of course, obviously go fishing, you know, and get fish scales that way. You know, fishing is fun. It's a good break if you're just tired of grinding. You just want to relax and fish. I don't think a fishing stream would be that interesting. I don't think I can carry 4 hours of conversation without something in the background. That's a failure on my end, but I might do it one day anyway. You never know. Because one day I might go back to do these Hero's Journey quests. But at a low level when you're supposed to do it, they're just a major headache. It just sucks the fun right out. Okay, so Torgiran mines. Rewall has a map of this area. This is my first time really going in here. So, what's the default map? Default, you have no map, so you have to download another player's map in order to get some kind of bearings going. So let's see what we're dealing with. We've got oh, I guess there's just water somewhere here. Okay, I panicked for no reason. I see no water except for this. This goes into Cryptid Nadox, which... What level zone is Cryptid Nadox? I want to go to the gray too. Krypton Nadox, 50 to 65. I think next time I'm going to go to the gray because you have to use Enduring Breath there. I want to get some mileage out of my fish scales I just bought. Void. The void. Yeah. Okay. Let's focus on the first things first. So we're going to... Oh, whoa, okay. Start by casting malaria on these guys. Zoom out so you don't get have to look at the troll. I'm gonna assist our pet. We used to have to play this game in first person, and I don't want to horrify my audience by getting that up close and personal with a troll at the very start of the stream. So I guess from the beginning, yeah, this is just a huge maze. That's EverQuest for you. I use the old models for most of the things. I do have old trolls enabled. This is the pirate troll, it's a special model, but this model is based off the newer model, Shadows of Luca model, which came out in 2006 or something like that. So to me, it's new. For somebody that was born in like 2000, that'd probably be like, "What is he talking about? This is older than I am." We're getting bonus experience today, so let's go fight here for a little bit. It's my first time here. I've never seen this before. If there's some special secret spots, I don't know them. But I do know I can go back out and sell to my swabby salesman. Trolls are just a pleasant beast to look at, aren't they? This kind of looks like Modern Women in a way. Someone's gonna get mad at me. I don't care. But I do have my mercenary active, so we can kind of turn our brain off and just kind of auto-attack the thing. Which naturally has tons of hit points. This pick is well worn. So if you're a warrior, you could use a mining pick. Yeah, it's one hand slashing. It's not lure either, so it's definitely outclassed nowadays by the defined weapons. But back in the day, that could have been something. Let's take you out. Torgiran shackle key. Interesting. What's this? Oh, hold on. The delirious miner yells wildly as they move to attack. What's going on with that thing? Oh, wait. Hold on, we'll beat up this silly human. And we'll continue on our quest. So far it's not bad. The monsters are spaced out decently. Some of them run, obviously, which isn't ideal if you don't have the damage to take them down quickly. That doesn't seem too bad. Of course, they're light blue, so it's kind of the level you're supposed to be fighting them. Ornate miner's pick. I don't know if that matters. By which I mean if you can sell it for anything. What is this? I've never seen this before. You can't target it. What is this thing? I have never seen anything like that before. There's a erudite. He yells wildly as he prepares to attack. No, the delirious miner yells wildly as they move to attack. As a Bashir, this is kind of my rival race, so it's kind of funny. They're always everywhere. I got the old model on for a reason. They look a lot better this way. Like, this is their default. They don't have an uncovered head. But if you look at the new model, they have it just... it looks so much better with the old model. I'm sorry. These look much better. Bleh. Another one. You kind of look like what's her name? Holly Windstalker back in the Clan of Cells. I think this is what she looks like. To the old ways, I think. Yep, 2004 me thought this was really pretty. Boink. It's a lot better than a lot of the new models you see nowadays. Ew. These picks weigh a lot, so I'm kind of like, do they sell for anything? Am I wasting my inventory space picking them up? I don't know. Watch them not sell at all. That'd be awful. But we'll carry them for now. So as far as the map goes, we already missed something. Let's see what's in that big open room. Because I want to see every little thing. More erudites. Help the pet. So the question that I have is, how did they get in here? Why are they delirious? Because outside it's just, you know, pirates. And there's a lot of story to this game. This isn't random. So you've got trolls, which would be with the pirates. We saw erudites yesterday. We saw humans yesterday. So are these pirates? Are these people abducted by the pirates to like do basic grunt work? I don't know. But I kind of wonder about that. I don't really know. What I do know, this is a pretty chill grinding so far. But they're also not dropping money, which is... I know this part of the game wasn't set up with mercenaries in mind, but just getting these picks and not getting any money, that's gonna kind of hurt a little bit. But we've got a lot of money on the docks, so we should be fine. So we'll end up with the money deficit, it looks like. What's funny is that's the human pain sound. I don't think it goes... I don't know. Got some erudite meat if we want to make a sandwich. There's a kobold. Haven't seen him yet. So they're employing kobolds too. So I wonder what's up with that. I don't know if they're random spawns yet or if they're here for a reason. I'll explore each nook and cranny as we go. Because if there's something there, they're not marked on the map. I'm kind of wondering, like, why? I mean, this could all just be a leveling area, I don't know. Got the Thanksgiving boost, so we get more leveling done today than we would otherwise. And when I run full of inventory, I can just dump it off, invis in, and come back in. If you're a class that doesn't have invisibility, you gotta kind of plan this out a little bit more, but I've got tools available to me, I'm going to use them. This one isn't running. Wonder if there's a reason for that. Okay, so we know, unless there's some strange placeholder, something's gonna pop up here. Yeah, so this is a broken skull bruiser. Can I get behind you without aggravating something else? Yes, I can. Remember, it's good to get behind your opponent, so, gross. So they can't parry, riposte, or dodge. Where is that stick? Okay. Hold on. Okay. I'm deaf, but I'm not that deaf. For me, I put my foot down and it came down on the speaker wires, or headphone wires. I can still tell when it goes silent. That's not supposed to happen. You're gonna walk into another miner, aren't you? I already see it coming. Yep. See, this is why you'd want to have a druid that can snare. Because if they're snared and they're walking away, they can't walk into other monsters. It's fine since we're just pretty much enjoying ourselves. But if we were lower level, we'd be concerned. Now, without a map, could you tell where you're at right now? Because if you pick the wrong way, you're going on a ride. That's a lantern. Probably doesn't help I'm floating a little bit. What? Oh, there's something in there. What's going on with that? Whatever that is, it's not happy to be in that cage. He's walking the other direction. Nope. Like, they don't intentionally walk with their friends. That's not how it works. He's just walking on a general path. We got some human parts if you want to make a human sandwich. What are these things? Let me take a screenshot. The FPS is down because I'm tabbed out. Yeah, I just want to save that. Okay, I'm satisfied. I don't know what that is. A subverted miner. Oh, okay. So for some reason this game said, okay, you know what, you need 3 miners in here. We'll let the other one aggro at his leisure. That shield she has is a chitin shield, or basically a bug thorax. The miner is just... We're going out here so I can see what the big room is. We can go back into the tunnels in a minute. Because I am showing off the zone, I'm also just kind of leveling. So these are half-elves. We haven't really seen a half-elf since... I haven't seen a half-elf in a long time, actually, now that I think about it. This is the default female wear. I used to think this was very cute. And it still kind of is. It's obviously graphics have advanced a little bit, but I used to think this outfit was cute because it's just a basic dirndl looking thing, I guess, like a festive shirt. I bet she's gonna drop that chitin as a armor piece. So let's see what happens. Doot. Yeah, she did. Flow Defiant Carapace. It's probably an upgrade for one of my other characters, but that's okay. Doot. Now the halfling comes over to attack. Now you come over. I like to think the game's just being kind, but I think I was just right out of his aggro range. And yeah, I can invis past all these guys at any point. What's the fun in that? So it looks like here there's more actual buildings, so I want to take a look at that in a little bit. But I also kind of wonder if there's anything down these paths. And again, I do need to level. So if you were playing the game, this is what you would see. This is what you get. It's not really often you get to fight the playable races very often. Most of the time it's just like some sort of random demon or something. So when you can fight the humanoid races, it's kind of a bit tongue-in-cheek for me, I think. So another miner's pick. These better sell for a lot. They weigh 7 pounds each. I need to hold like one more before I go. Now it says here I'm low on food. So Vashir eats a lot of they eat a lot more than other races. They're up there with ogres and trolls and halflings, now that I think about it. So they just eat a lot. So you run out of food faster. Now, fortunately, if I was another class, I'd have to buy my food at home. And the reason with your food is because it affects your hit points and mana regeneration. So when you're out of water, your mana doesn't come back up as fast. And you're low on food, your health has trouble coming back. And your endurance. And you get 3 stages of it. It's like, first is your warning you're out of food, then it's your character starts slowing down a bit. But I have a spell for summoning food, which I'll do in a little bit. Because when I pick up this pickaxe, I'm going to have to go and sell. And we're going to see if these are valuable or not. Because if they're not, that explains why there's no one here, because the loot isn't very valuable. So we're going to biz out and go to our little buddy. And then we'll come back and see what the what this place is about. Alright. I can't navigate with it on. Control E will bring up your in-game mailbox. When will you use your in-game mailbox? I don't know. But let's see if these miner's pickaxes are worth picking up. Because they weigh a lot. Bashir also have the ability to save full. So where some people would fall and take damage, I don't take it as nearly as easy. Like, this zone plays all of my advantages. There's a merchant for sneak. I have the spells for, you know, pretty much everything you need. You get lots of money, stuff like that. So let's see if they sell for anything. 5 platinum. 47 platinum. So 4 platinum. So if you were wondering if you needed to pick these up, yeah, pick them up. Okay, so we do need to pick these up. I just need to come out and sell every once in a while. That is a lot of money. So what's the difference? Okay, so it's pretty much just saying, oh, this is a fancy version of the other miner pick. Okay. So we are definitely making out if we pick up some of these picks. Another 50 platinum. So yeah, let's pick up these picks. But they do weigh a lot. I guess for other races you'd be like, well, it's hard to get back and sell and stuff like that. Hold on. There we go. So we're just gonna go ahead and summon some food and drink, which is why I was wanting to play. You're just gonna give me one food. This will all disappear when I log out, so you don't want to go too hyper overboard. Well, that's kind of annoying. I think there's a later spell you get that you summon more than one piece at a time. I thought this was the good kind. Not like it costs much mana, but remember, if you eat food, instead of just letting it naturally eat itself, it lasts less time. So 10 pieces should be fine. Don't really remember how long it takes to use these, but these are temporary. They'll run out when I log out. So when I log out, it might be beneficial for me just to spam click and eat them anyway, just for fun. Okay. So do I need to rebuff is a question. I think we're fine. If we need a rebuff, we'll do it inside. We'll do Spirit of the Wolf, though. Nobody likes moving slow. But yeah, we need those pigs if we're going to make this a prosperous adventure. Which means we will be running in and out to the vendor that only I can really use. What are you looking at? Now you see me, now you don't. Now that I think about it, I think halflings have an 8 sneak too. So if you're a halfling and you wanted to use the vendor, I think you can. But that's a unique vendor that's hostile to everyone except people that can sneak. If you were a halfling and you wanted to go to a town that you're not welcome in, you wanted to use those vendors, you can just sneak and do the same thing. Like if I wanted to sell to an ogre for some reason, I can go sneak up on them and just do my business there. So again, if people say rituals don't matter, they absolutely matter. It's just a convenience thing. Like dark elves start out with ultravision. It's easy to see in the dark. That always matters. Sneak will always matter. So we're going to invis past these so I can make some progress. And I get turned around just as easy as I used to in the old days. I almost zoned right back out. So we're going to continue our journey and just skip the things we've already defeated. So if you were playing this without invis, you have to re-clear all these monsters again. Actually, while I'm down here. A resistance miner. That's interesting. This is a subverted one. Dark elves are being hostile down here. So dark elves are mining too. I wonder why they're called resistance miners. You there, you are not working hard enough. Dig faster, or you'll be seeing rank. A subverted miner hunches over and begins to dig faster. So I guess rank is a named monster in the sun. Let's just see what the other tunnels have to offer. So it's kobolds. Gandalf Whisperwind. You can see me. Please, I don't have time to talk here. Why don't you just let me die in peace? Can I give you a key? Oh, that knocked out my invisibility. Okay, let me try and free you. Okay. He has no need for my shenanigans. So I guess he's for a quest of some sort. What that quest is, I don't know. If you need Gandak, he's in this open area. He'll get some free eggs. He is dual wielding picks. Alright, well, I'm not going to complain. Free money. Let's leave 10 platinum on this guy. So I kind of hope I run into a resistance miner just to see why they're if they do anything special. He might not run because he's next to another miner. Well, we'll see. Yeah, that miner is giving him a false sense of confidence. Down he goes. Bleh. A sharpened mining pick. You know, I could give these off for tribute, but yeah. So where are we at now? Let's see what else is in these tunnels. There's another resistance miner, which is a dwarf. So we got a dwarf miner now. Iridite. Subverted, resistance. So there's a special thing here. She has a hook. Eerie ore. Oh, this. I'll just hold on to it. There's a crazed miner. Here's a slaver, which obviously. There's a crazed miner. I think it's the first high elf we've seen in a while. Race miner. Dwarf. Gnome. Okay, so this is just a free-for-all. Pretty much if it's an old world playable race, it's down here in these mines. It's kind of reminiscent of the old... You know when we started in the tutorial where the characters was captive by the kobolds? It feels a lot like the same one. So these miners have lost their marbles, so to speak. This is probably fun to map out. First two beds we've seen. So this is the miners' quarters. The dwarves and gnomes just kind of having a good time. Slaver. Oh, a mutated laborer. That is an undead laborer. He stole through my invisibility, and I'm paying for it. This is a blue slaver, so he's higher level. Okay, so I unintentionally got into a pretty serious fight, which is always a risk with invisibility. So the mutated laborer is a rare creature. He had to have seen invisibility. I don't think it fell off. Because he's very undead looking. So we are at the back of the slaves' quarters. And this game has a lot to do with placeholders and stuff like that, so I don't know if it was he only spawns back here or he can spawn other places. But we're just gonna take him out. All the same. So my malaria has taken some of these down to about 90, 92. There's about 100 damage every 6 seconds for... I'm too tired to do the math. But you can kind of gauge how many hit points they have by how long the spell was affecting them. But yeah. Do another round of malaria. Just to kind of soften them up for later. I could slow them, but I have to make my mercenary earn his paycheck somehow. Plus it takes a lot of mana. Mana is important. It's kind of cool you get to see a rare monster. Normally you try to do this a little bit safer, but that's alright. Crazed miner's corpse thrashes on the ground as the last of its lifeblood slowly flows out of the mortal wounds it received. So it looks like my pet's on the mutated laborer now. Just assist the pet because it just keeps things simple. Keeping it simple. So I wonder why he mutated. Why did you mutate, sir? It's hard to see it. You got a lot of hit points, don't you? That is okay. EverQuest is one of the slower games. All I'm doing basically is auto-attacking. Another round of malaria. It's not the strongest spell, but it just does a little extra damage while we tank through these. Like, if you really want to, you can obviously use spells and stuff to make things go a bit faster. But you end up spending a lot of mana and you have to wait for your mana to come back. And in the long run, it just kind of evens out to be the same. How you handle the fight is up to you, but I just like to reserve, mana. So if something does go wrong, I can respond to it. Now, apparently we have a healer. One of these stinky boys are healing. Maybe that was just my mercenary and I wasn't paying attention. Yeah, I think it's my mercenary. Sometimes you run into monsters that heal. We had the Templar on that one ship yesterday. Carved stone mask. This is for clerics. Okay. I have a cleric on the server, so I might give it to her. That's only a slaver now. And then there were two. I'll put it in here so I'm not tempted to just like randomly toss it away. Because I have been prone to do that. My cleric just kind of zones out and hunts in Gorokar Mesa. But to me it's fine because you just kind of relax and just do whatever you want. You just kind of heal your mercenary every once in a while. But I don't think I can make that entertaining for a stream. But it is fun. My Dark Elf Cleric is supposed to be the daughter of Stevie and Heartbound, which the story is after my human paladin got kicked out of Kanos and Freeport for killing Sir Lucan Delaire and getting too friendly with the good guards, and the corrupt guards decided no more paladin in my town. I ended up annoying most places that weren't on Fader just by doing quests and trying to get experience points. Because in Dagnor's Cauldron there's a camp of a dwarf, high elf, and two other characters. And over time I like sometimes just hunt one just to see if I could. And that damaged my reputation with the good races of town. And most places wouldn't let a good race in if they were an evil place like Ogok or a Grob, etc. So places I could, in the end, I couldn't really go to a whole lot of towns, but I could go to the Neuriac Foreign Quarter. So with no other place willing to take my paladin in, the story is he just ended up shacking up with a dark elf as a paladin, and eventually my human paladin died of old age. So as a cleric, my dark elf is carrying on the legacy. An evil character that's just trying to spread love in the name of love and hate. So if you don't know, Dark Elves pretty much exclusively worship Interrook, the Prince of Hate. So it is very thematic. It's fun to roleplay. So she's as good as you can get as an evil character. Why is everyone using the human sounds? Bleh. A steel ingot. So we're going to recast our invisibility. While I enjoy that EXP, I kind of want to see the rest of the ones. So we're going to go see the other big area. How you navigate this place without a map is no, so we got ogres now too. So yeah, it's a free-for-all apparently. This is the old ogre model. This is one of my favorite models in the entire game. Fanatical Slaver. Yeah, I think the special monster just can see invis. So that's the big boss. For some reason, it won't let me target him. Why can't I target the overseer? Oh, this room has its own music. What do I do about this? It's kind of intimidating, to be honest. She's probably gonna summon ads. Let me mark this on my map so I know that the overseer is here. Add label. Large. Overseer. There. So why can't I target him? Okay, so this is a boss. Let's see what else the mines have to offer. That's what I was kind of wondering about. I was like, it's a little weird that you know, there's nothing going on there. Would you know there's a boss there without exploring? Nope. It's not on any map. Now you know. Let's see. And yeah, I can only do this pretty much because I'm invisible. There will be monsters that can see invisibility. But you imagine you had to fight through the entire dungeon. Was that it? No. It's just, so let's see what's special about this area. Okay, so this might just be a place where you hunt. Dwarf. Dwarves. So what do I do with these keys? I'm wondering what that's about. But you think the keys would free people, right? Okay, so it's just a circle of monsters you can fight. Let's go to that big area, see what's going on there. Got some dark elves. There's just tons and tons of miners, aren't they? So this is the big open area. Level 51. Okay. This is a more serious area. Got the boss music again. Oh, this what the hell is that? Is that a monster? Okay. It's not terrifying. Level 50 monsters. Have invisibility falls, I'm in for trouble. Skeleton. So this will be the just walk in? I can. Okay. So we go this way. Naturally there's an invisible wall. There's always an invisible wall. Go to the Crypt of Nadox, which I think I've hunted here before. It's, you gotta be careful, but it's not too bad. But I'm here to see the mines today. So let's see what else the mines has to offer. So, Blood Guard. They're indifferent because I'm invisible. My invisibility drops, so I'm in for a fight. Tightly packed trolls. I'm gonna regret this. Oh, that's cool. That's why I like a troll commander. Just a room with one spawn. Two spawns technically, I guess. There's a trap floor, so I wonder what that's about. Logolds. Please don't see invisibility. Logold Abomination. Never seen that model before. Interesting. So there are Logolds down here. It is random when the invisibility will drop. I'm taking a huge risk. And even though it may not look like it. 3 blood guards. 51. Not too bad. So there's a trap floor here. So I go here. I'm probably in trouble. Blood guards. Invisible wall here maybe? No. Invisible door maybe? No, also no. Okay. Three blood guards. Go deeper in. Danger, danger, danger. Death guards. They're the same level as I am. Dread guard. It's usually a Shadow Knight, which means they harm touch. Which means if my invisibility fails, I'm going to get harm touch right in the face. Entirely random, by the way. See if my luck holds out. There is a spell called Perfected Invisibility, which means you know exactly when it's going to fade away. But yeah, I could drop it any time. I'm taking huge risks. Okay. I think if you the same level as I am, that's very dangerous. I'm gonna regret this. Abomination. More Lugolds. Yeah, they're probably about the same level as I am. Let's go down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Same room. 1, 2, 3, 4. That is not a... Because if you had a group here and you had an enchanter and you're trying to mesmerize these so you can do a single pull, that is 5 in the exact same room. That is not safe. Plus these guys kind of run too. So you figure you're fighting 5, then 5 more come in. Okay. So this is the big boss of the dungeon. Can't target him either. These are higher level than I am. Oh, this is risky. Overlord Grub. Okay. I've got one more place to explore. Invisibility, don't let me down. Let's save the map too. So we got a big troll overlord in the mines. We got a big troll overlord here. trap if you weren't having enough trouble. There's a trap here. I don't know if I'm levitating. I could just be able to walk over it. It looks like in order to get to this area, you have to go through the trap area. So, okay. Well, I guess we're going through the trap. Yep. That's why I brought my enduring breath. So before I drown, I got to I don't have to worry about them losing their breath, but I can very well drown here. Okay. So now we're safe. We'll re-invis. That's why I bought the things. Because if you fall in this trap, if you can't gate, this is the only way you can go. There's no place to surface. That's it. You're just a warrior or something. You can't gate out. Before Origin was a talent you could have. And this was it. And if you're like me and you didn't practice swimming, you got problems. I see no place to surface. There's still no air. That's so dangerous. So you come up here. Abomination. I'm guessing this is a one-way. Yeah, it seems like it's one way. Unless. Yeah, it's one way. So that's how that works. So how do you get here? Okay. I'm gonna do some sleuthing. Because these aren't connected. How do I get over there? Go up here. Go down. I do not trust that green splotch. This game does stuff like that, and it means something. So you go down here. You'd willingly dive into this pool. No air, by the way. No place to go up for air. Danger, danger, danger. Sometimes it's going to be the jack of all trades. I got lugolds over here. What level are you? About my level. That's bad, but it's not too bad. Go down again. See what kind of bosses we got over here. Water looks gross. I refuse to believe that there's nothing in this cave. Oh, I don't believe this for a minute. Where's my mercenary? There he is. I don't believe it. I refuse to believe there's nothing here. There's absolutely something here. We're gonna hunt these logos. There's a very, very off the path area. Something's gonna spawn there, I guarantee it. Oh yeah, I needed to rebuff my pet, didn't I? Yeah. Good job, me. Yeah. I'm doing too much damage. So after this, we'll rebuff. What did you do to me? He did something. I guess this is kind of good too. He's higher level. So I can probably break this and turn this into a camp. But I guarantee something bigger is going to spawn here. There's no way. If you have this off feed area, there'll be nothing here. Got some hit points on you, don't you? So I wonder how you activate those troll bosses. Because they wouldn't let you target them. There has to be a reason for it. Invisibility fortunately held up, but there were rooms full of Shadow Knights and they each one do a harm touch. You don't have the hit points, that's instant death. No amount of skill can save you from that. You have to hope your character resists the harm touch spell. You can partially resist stuff too. Not that bad. But these are higher level. Still only 2 levels under me. If we were the miners we were fighting were a lot weaker. So Luggles run when they're low health, don't they? Yeah. So where are you going to run to? He's obviously going to go underwater. It's probably one of the rare animations. I'll save her pants. Because we have Enduring Breath, this track isn't really too dangerous for us. Cast malaria just kind of get them sorted out. There we go. Shabby rough spell scroll. Interesting. Yeah, let's rebuff while I kind of absorb what happened here. Got a lot of experience points for that. Yeah, let's rebuff. The Luggles occultist lets a slow hiss, and as he begins his final death throes. Do a little muffin, 'cause we are out of muffins. And they nerfed the muffins, which made that song kind of silly. Because so people don't use muffins anymore, they use rations. Or rations. I don't know, I give them a lot of slack, but when they have an event like Halloween or whatever they're imagining, they give out a lot of free food. So it didn't used to be you have free food like every other, you know, holiday. But yeah, I'm so mad they nerfed muffins. I got my eyes on you, muffin nerfers. They won't forgive you for nerfing muffins. It's just not gonna happen. There will be no forgiveness. They should be a meal. They are now a snack. You saw muffins and milk and chose violence. Sadness. Eternal and forever. That's good. It's kind of hard to find luggles that you can fight like this anyway. So it's kind of cool in a way. And I think there's something down here. That's why we're going to stay here and just grind for a bit. Aside from being good EXP and stuff like that. And get single pools. You figure something has to be down here. And they are spellcasters, so they have less hit points. So that's kind of useful. I kind of wonder what he's casting. What are you casting? He's casting Immobilize. Look up against casting Circle of Force. There's a Circle of Force that causes a little bit of damage between 4 creatures around you. Okay. So he's trying to group nuke us, which is fine. He's a wizard. It's kind of what you expect him to do. Most, like if you're a warrior or something, you have a spell called Bash or Slam. You'd be interrupting those spells. I just have to take him to the face. Even though I have spells, I'm not a master of melee combat or magic combat. I can heal, but I can't do super good at it. But I guess I've been like Enduring Breath. It's kind of okay to be the jack of all trades. Fighting the gold. I like how instead of just instantly casting spells at us, he runs to us first so I can pull him. That is very nice of him. If you're not thin, you can't be a part of this group. He should run soon. Run away, foolish wizard. He's not running. He has no fear. Rah. Rah. So if you really want to fight, so this is kind of summarize. You want to fight human. Let's look at his body first. So that's what it looks like when a Luggold goes down. The Luggold kind of corpse falls in defeat, his robe soaked with blood. And I'll take your dagger, and you'll fade away into the ether. So this is if you want to fight the humanoid races and get like meats from them and stuff. That's pretty neat. This is if you want to fight trolls. I guess it's a nice spot to fight Luggolds. That abomination is the same level as I am. That's I mean, he's gonna be challenging. So okay. I don't know how long the spawns take, but if it takes too long, I'll go hunt other things. Sometimes you'll break the camp perfectly and you'll end up in a situation where a monster will spawn soon after you beat the last one. That's why sometimes you'll see or used to see kind of a group of camping. And other times you see kind of a death bowl where they just kind of like see a group just kind of like running through the dungeon. most common one was the sit in camp, where people just wait and you send your poor monk or someone like halfway through the dungeon and pull them all halfway through the dungeon back to your group, because God forbid the rest of the group had to go and walk. But sometimes you see the death ball where you just have like a group of players just kind of running through a dungeon, just fighting everything where they spawned. But it was pretty rare compared to just like a camp. You wouldn't know what they were camping. They'd be like camping against the corner of a zone. Like you'd have a group randomly maybe up here, or maybe in the little secret area to Cryptonadox, and they'd be fighting like the trolls from down here. So you'd send like the poor monk or whatever, or bard. You'd like go all the way down here. You'd like pull the stuff back here, and like you just kind of have to guess what we're hunting sometimes. Let's see if I can pull up a map of Dreadlands. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. This is Dreadlands, right? Sometimes you'd have people hold on. I gotta think. So you'd have somebody sitting like here, or they'd be like next to Carnor's castle, or they'd be like here. They just kind of pull from whatever was in the area. So were they hunting spiders? Were they doing mountain giants? Were they going to the giant fort? There was no way to tell. You just saw a group there and they'd be like, you see like some poor monk or something just randomly like pull something to the group. I thought it was bad. That's kind of what I'm talking about. You just send, like every group had like a tank healer, you know, an enchanter or a puller or something. Like full groups. You wouldn't always have a full group. But if you were a puller, you had to, because there was no maps back then, you had to remember where your group was. That's kind of a part of the thing. Or you just kind of like go out into this open field. Maybe you're down here, you kind of go out to this open field. You just like pull everything back to your group. But sometimes you'd have like this death ball where the group would travel together and just knock out everything where it stood. That's kind of what I'm talking about. Okay. This will be my first time fighting an abomination. I don't know what it's going to do. Pull back a little bit because I don't know if respawns are going to be a thing. So let's see how you do. Mind you, this is the same level as I am. It's level 54. That's a very big risk most of the time. So I turn around to look at him and he turns to face the... Stop. Turn back around. If I turn my camera and you look away, I'm going to be upset. So that's what the abomination looks like. I swear? Why? Stop it. This is what he looks like. He's brings a new meaning to fishnets. It's not a cool. It's not a bad design. You don't look half bad for an abomination. That kind of makes me wonder why. Stop. Kind of makes me wonder why he's called abomination. He's just in different armor. Kind of makes me wonder about that. Make my mercenary earn his pay for once in his life. He's fine on mana. I don't need to slow it. Put malaria back on it though. Now I think about it, I think I can get disciplines for my Vashir now, or Beast Lord rather, like the Fearless discipline and stuff like that. But I think it's resistance and fearless. So fearless is like 55. It stops you from being feared. But we run into that so rarely and doesn't really make a difference. And then you've got basic resistance, which our resistance is so high compared to what it would otherwise be. It's not really an issue. Plus my pet's taking most of the attacks. So I kind of wonder. He just looks like normal Uggles. I don't know why he's an abomination. What is he doing besides normal warrior stuff? I don't see him doing anything other than warrior stuff. Well, I wonder, what is his deal? He takes a minute to kill that, doesn't he? Well, this is the first time I've seen his model, so I kind of wanted to just see what it was like. He's not running either. The Occultist ran. And the Arcanist and the Abomination, they're not runners. Gotta make a mental note of that. And what I mean is, if you're fighting Lugolds, and you're fighting an Occultist with an Abomination, take the Occultist out first because it'll run away. But if he has an Abomination next to him, he'll probably stay. Lugolds Abomination Corpse spews forth bloody gore from his numerous wounds as it falls over. And that's that. Didn't drop anything, but that's what a Lugold looks like. Okay. So what's the deal with this? Is it really just a campfire? They're slow to respawn. Okay, I took my sweet time. That took a long time, but I got a lot of experience points for it. Let's invis again and head out. No one wants to be underwater without enduring breath. Yeah, if you fight here, you'll be fighting multiples. And that could take forever. I guess that makes sense. Lugolds are supposed to be aquatic. So of course you'd find Lugolds in the back areas. Yes, that's how you swim. You rotate around. I'm very good at being rotated. Let's go to this invisible wall. Yep. Okay. So the problem with this is... Oh, hold on. I feel myself starting to appear. Not ideal. Well, actually, now I think about it. Come here. Rugged Bloodguard screams for blood as it rampages towards another enemy. Show. Where's my mercenary? Well, we're gonna zone out and zone back in. He's hanging out over here for some reason. That means he's not healing my warder. zone into the crypt just for fun. To protect my pet. And yes, I could heal my pet, but meh. Meh. Now you warp down here. Cryptonadox. Knock of his own, ain't it? Do. A shrine bruiser. Actually, I want to see something. Cage keep. 35 to 50. I think I want to go to Cage Keep tomorrow. I'll come back to the Cryptonadox. But we've been having trouble getting money dropped, so I think the trolls might drop money if I'm lucky. If they don't, we'll go back to fighting the miners, because regardless of the adventure, sometimes you just need something a little bit more than experience points. Oh god, what did I do? I'm causing problems. Okay. I fixed myself. Almost. This game loves its invisible walls. That's for sure. What are you doing? Apparently the blood guard doesn't want to go through the wall. Like, there's a wall there. That's very silly. I mean, there's no indication. You just kind of have to look. You have to know. Because again, there weren't maps back in the day. In order to find this crypt, you'd be like, what? This game is a treat. Floors you can fall through, hidden walls. And this isn't just dungeons. This is like in Neariac, there's hidden walls, and Surefall Glade, I think there's hidden walls. The sewers for the humans, both Freeport and Kanos, there are secret walls. It's just it's a whole thing. And they don't make them like they used to. Anyone that's had the pleasure of playing World of Warcraft, most caves are copy-paste. They're exactly the same on the inside, with very few exceptions. Then you run the same dungeons, or just a meat grinder hallway. I mean, this would scare the Zoomer. I don't know if they'd be able to handle it. And can you imagine, like, this alone without a map, and then you finally go to either Overseer rank or you end up with this bridge? And that's terrifying for a modern age game player. They'd be like, I don't know what to do. How do I advance from here? Oh, and this is the only zone out too. It used to be they chase you all the way to the zone out. So you'd either have to navigate, let's say you got in trouble here, or somewhere in here. If you did not know about this hidden wall to go to the crypt, you had to go all the way to Dulux Harbor. I think he's running. He's running. He's gonna aggro the others. We're about to have a train here. We're about to have problems. That's okay. Yep. There's more blood guards. We're fine. So can I get him before the aggro's the other two blood guards? That's a question. I'm gonna lean towards no. We can't. He dropped gold. Okay. So we're just gonna sister pet. And Larry on both of these. They're not too, but they don't take too long to kill, and they're solid blue instead of light blue. So it's probably more worth it for me to fight these guys anyway. Fighting the blood guards. Because the logos are fun, but they didn't drop a whole lot, and loot does matter. It's probably worth it if you're looking for money, just kind of like mow down the miners. Take the ornate picks and just to sell them all. Used to be back in the day, if you needed money, you go to see if I can find it. And you go to Wrath Mountains. If you go here, it doesn't say it, but there's a bunch of giants that spawn here. Maybe it's here. It's either here or this place. I'm pretty sure it's this place. But there's some hill giants that spawn here, and you would they drop a whole lot of money. Alternatively, if you didn't want to do the Wrath Mountains, you would let's see. Here in North Row, which used to be Oasis. That's Freeport. Right around here, I think. Either here or here. No, it's has to be here, I think. There's a bunch of sand giants, which drop us some good money. And so while I'm at it, there's I can navigate my map properly. There's not a stupid game. Come on. No, it's in South Row now. Okay. So there used to be Oasis. They kind of split the zone up. I'm not really sure why. But okay, so there's the Sand Giants. There's a bunch of so maybe casual spawns here too, because this this is kind of what I was talking about the other week when I said this is where the High Elves got married, and they got twisted into the Dark Elves, and that's the original thing. There's specters on this island. It doesn't say it, but trust me, there's like specters on this island, and then you can hunt the specters for their scythes. When you hunt Sand Giants, which drop a lot of money. So it seemed like if you ever needed money back in yonder day, it would be this is where you'd go. Are you still not dead yet? Oh, I'm out of melee range. That explains it. My mercenary is like, what are you doing, man? Pay attention to your game. Stop attacking the one that's at full health. Apply yourself. Whoopsie whoopsie. That's okay. $3 platinum. Look over there, sells for a little bit. A worn belt buckle. Interesting. A large buckle made out of solid bone. You guys value the spine. Well, everything comes from something, right? That makes sense in a way. These take a minute, but they're good experience. It's not good if you're just going for loot. So I can guarantee I'd take out a few more miners and get their pickaxes. But I kind of balance it out. He's going to run and he's going to aggro the other two Bloodguard trolls. Oh, he's doing rampages. Rampages is where they do multiple hits in one time. So let's say he's attacking my warder. He'll also hit the someone that's next to it. Rampage mechanics are a whole thing. That might just be him re-aggroing though. But there are things that'll say like the monster rampages, and there's a whole thing to it. He may not run because we're so close to other spawns, but it depends. I have been wrong before. We're doing left house. Yeah, we're fine. Do. 6 gold. Broken Skull Bloodguard's corpse has a chilling shriek of pain and agony as it falls to the ground dead. Let's cause a problem. Well, let's go back towards the bridge. That's a big open area. It's so easy to get turned around. Like ridiculously so. Hi guys, how you doing? I'm not gonna be able to pull just one. Yeah, there was no way that was gonna happen. So we'll go out. So we're getting 3% experience points for each one of these. And that's pretty darn good. Got that Thanksgiving bonus. The music is kicking in. You feeling excited, viewer? Me hearty, we're venturing deep into the mines. There will be no crafting in these mines. I might be able to single pull the broken up there, but we'll see how that goes. Yeah, a lot of hit points, won't they? So slowly but surely. That's how we operate. Kind of like how they, I kind of like the pirate models. Not really a lot more to really say about it. Most of the time when you see like things like this, it's you know, venerating some deity. But I think this is just pirates going over their spoils of war. So this might be what's his face? This might be an Overlord Nagrub right there, but I'm not sure. And it says something in EverQuest language, I'm sure. You know, at some point there might have been a language that people actually brought out for that stuff, but if they did, I'm not aware of it. This game has a lot of stuff to it that I'm not aware of. But I do like to just go places that no one else goes. The hero's journey is okay to a point, but would you rather be dungeon crawling, or do you want to be farming spider silk for ages on end? I might end up going to sell anyway. We're getting kind of heavy on weight. We'll mix it up. We'll fight the miners and we'll fight the trolls. Just keep it fresh. Because I'm wondering, who are these keys for? Like, what do I do with this? I don't understand. But you think you'd be freeing prisoners, right? That's why you got a shackle key for. I don't know now. Yeah, the fights are taking so long, he's re-aggroing. Which is fine. It's just, the way the game's set up is, if it takes a while for a monster to go down, it like says, okay, am I just being silly? It's like, no, I need to fight. Because there used to be, I think, a bard would have the ability to like run really fast and attack somebody. So they'd be chasing after him. Stuff like that. That's like the origin of kiting. Because I don't think they had it in Meridian 56. You kind of had it in Ultima Online. But I think EverQuest is where they kind of perfected a bard just like running like 500 monsters across the zone. Like really kiting. Like, if you mess up, your character is back to spawn. Like, really kiting stuff. Not one monster, I'm talking like 80 monsters. One popular spot was in the piranhas near Split Paw. They'd just aggro everything. No, I don't gonna wait. I'm okay. That sword looks like it'll sell pretty good. Wouldn't you mind it being in my possession? Pal. This is a pretty zone though. I mean, probably gonna be the only person that ever goes here, but I mean, those picks sell for a lot. You got 2 bosses. You got lugolds here. You got there's some shadow knights all over the place. Secret door to a crypt. It's not bad. It's a little bit out of the way. Just like I said, this is my first time here, and I do like Harbor. Is this a reason to leave Dulux Harbor and go check out mines? I don't know. I always overlook this place. It's probably because you kind of go in and you look at the mines, you see this quickly line of a place. And then you're like, oh, okay, that's not safe. Yep, he's a runner. He's a running. Try to aggro his buddy. Yeah, there he is. Why didn't you help your buddy earlier? I swear I saw something in the walls move. You gonna reach your friends? You gonna make it? You might make it. So close. Close with no cigar. That's so sad. Oh, we got this guy over here. So I bet he'll make it. So I kind of wonder. I could have sworn I saw like something coming out of the wall. Maybe that was my imagination. Well, that's okay. Wait, still not too bad. We're 208. Carry a few more things. Like his sword. Blink. About level 60, I think I'm going to revisit the Queen of Stone Hive and just to show her who's boss. We got some time before that. Sometimes it's better not to take risks until later. Save yourself some grief. I just refreshed that. Sometimes those monsters are blue, white, yellow, red. They'll resist your spells a lot more. It's okay, you just gotta be ready for it. He's definitely gonna aggro the blood guards. Well, this would be a nice area to hunt. I imagine a group would sit up here and just pull the bridge monsters. I'm not gonna do it because I'm not too worried about being in danger. But you could, you know? Just imagine an old, just imagine a few players just kind of sitting here. You are running the exact opposite way you need to run to get help. He scowls at me, ready to attack. What have I ever done to make you mad, sir? Besides beat you to the end of your life. I'm floating on your head, hitting you with a stick. Isn't that nice? What a way to go. See, I could have sworn I saw a thing over here. A subverted miner looks over you with a blank gaze as he leaps forward to attack. Something here I should be aware of. Map doesn't show anything. I really thought I saw like a tendril come out of the wall. Not sure why. Maybe I'm ending up like these miners. Yeah, we got space. Kind of a nice spot to mix it up anyway. Poor half-elf. I'm doing him a favor. Run away, little elf. Run away. Please run through the geometry. It's not annoying at all. Down he goes. Like then you kind of freaked me out there. Pristine ore sample. Pristine example of mysterious ore. Say hello to this kind gentleman. So I guess you'd fight these out here until you're ready to go deeper in. Because this is more of a single pool area. You can go to like those 5 pools in the Overlord. But really, that was mean. They had like 5 Shadow Knights in the same room. That is 5 harm touches. Assuming each one only does 1,000 damage. Yeah, that'll still wipe my character out. That is so mean. It'll be okay, I'm sure, but still. Would you like an ice spike on your head? Well, yes, I think you would. He's eating all my money, but he's letting me tear my brain off. You see, he's at full mana. My pet's at like 62% health. He's like, well, let me just give you a heal over time. It'll be okay. It's like, thanks, buddy. It's okay. We'll pull one more, then we'll rebuff. Doops. The image of Inaruk. Given to the most loyal of Inaruk. Why, thank you. That's probably for a quest. Pull him back here, just for funsies. It's like I'm back in the old world. Nothing says EverQuest like pulling a monster to a corner. Look how happy he is to be fighting. With a big old smile. While my mercenary levitates ominously around over him. Boink. Having a good time. Just smacking people with my school staff like I'm a priest of discord. Do 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 do. So I was thinking, why won't my spells land on you? That's 3 casts in a row. There we go. Wunderbar. I was thinking about this. Is it Eerie Ore? What do I do with that? It's part of Hero's Journey, isn't it? Hold on. Darn it. Why do I get so sidetracked so easily? Where's he at? There he is. Don't do it. You have so much to die for. Don't run to the crypt. We'll bury you on our own terms. Roar. Okay, we have no spirit of the wolf. So yeah, let's rebuff. So I'm at 33% mana. By the way, if you start casting while you're walking, your spell normally doesn't work out. So come to a complete stop before you try to cast a spell. I'm trying to remember who you'd give that Eerie Ore to. I'm sure there's like a checklist somewhere on the hero's journey, but I didn't see it. So I like this zone. It's very overlooked. I've never really even been here before today. I was just like, wow, this is a... Didn't know what to expect. Didn't even know if those mines or those mine pickaxes were worth anything. Well, hey, having a good time. It's Narg, my pet. It's Narg. The spirit of snow. Frosty the snowman is here to beat you in. You won't walk right ever again. The Frosty has seen that you send. Frosty is coming. Frosty is coming. Frosty is coming. Frosty is coming. There's nowhere to hide. There's nowhere to hide. There's nowhere to hide. This is the end. Danger, danger, danger. And if I wanted to, I could cast multiple dots. Like, you don't have to cast the highest level rank or something. If I wanted to use the old ice spikes, I could just like shower ice spikes on their heads. One of the old strategies when I played my paladin was you'd have stuns like each level, and you cast your older stuns first. You just keep stunning the monster over and over again. Because a stun is a stun. You know, it doesn't really change the purpose of a stun. But, you know, it's usually the duration and the ease of resisting. Get some mana back. We're gonna level soon. I mean, we've been putting in the work. 60% is enough. We're not doing anything too dangerous. It's rampaging towards me. How dare he do that? Here's this is my spell. No, I'm at 50% mana. Oh boy. Maybe a few more items will turn back and sell. Just knocking out the blood guards. And these are the same monsters you fight down here, so it's just safer. So I guess if you wanted a safe place to hunt and you were able to navigate the mines, this is pretty safe. This is obviously very safe. This is dangerous as all get out. Then you got like tightly packed groups here for the boss. And the Overseer has a little bit less going for him. There's probably a quest for this. There has to be. There's probably a whole quest line I'm not aware of. As far as just hunting here and just having a good time, I'm enjoying myself. I don't need to know what's going on. I just want to participate. I'm playing like cat person. Do. So last time I was playing Skyrim, I beat the Legion down. It seems like if like my character's a high elf, right? The Thalmor are pretty much working through the Legion, but the Thalmor also tried to take out my character. So it's from his point of view, he'd be pretty tired of the Legion of the Thalmor. So regardless of how the Civil War turned out, I think my character would be satisfied with the decisions that he made. Look at this guy trying to run away. He's going to get some more friends, which I will turn into experience points. Yeah, we got respawns. Which is good. This is called breaking a camp. So if you were fighting and you saw only one monster spawned, that means you've broken the camp. So what you do in this case is you would tag the broken camp. You run over to your camp spot. So then he'd come out here and he'd go and fight you. And then the other one will respawn and stuff like that. We're about to leave and go sell, but breaking a camp, this would be very much ideal if you were solo just playing seriously. Breaking a camp is very, very important. Because it gives you easy battles and you just kind of get into a rhythm. But I'm almost full on loot. So I gotta... Unless something respawns on my head, I'm just gonna invis up after this and head back to the entrance. So with my shady swashbuckler friends. Kind of comfy though. I'm glad I gave this place a shot. You never hear anybody saying, "Oh, let's go hunt in Torgiran mines." Probably because they have to go back to town and sell these pickaxes and stuff. They're not dropping a whole lot of money loot. In fact, if you're leaving stuff on the monsters, you're probably getting nothing out of this zone. But since I took the odds and I picked up those ornate picks, I got a good reward for it. That's why it's like, unless you know this things won't sell for a lot, you know, experiment, try it out. Not a whole lot of guys nowadays that'll tell you what to do. The reason I waited for that to fully go out is because it's every 6 seconds. So if you refresh it before those 6 seconds pass, it kind of resets the count and you lose like a little bit of damage. Not a huge deal by a long shot. But you know, every little thing counts. Especially over these longer drawn out battles. Doot. Blorg. Yeah, we need to invis them. We need to sell the loots we've gotten. I guess if you were a normal player, you'd be using gauge or something to escape. Since I can sneak, I've got a vendor like literally right outside. This isn't so scary anymore. Still don't know what that's about, but that's okay. So here you got these broken blades here in the miners. Single pull that one over to the corner. Has a camp spot. You can go into the mine and get more. See, that's a 2 pool. There's a potential 4 pool. Still don't know what to do with these keys. Because your first instinct would be to free the miners, but I don't know. I'm starting to appear and have a fight. Well, I might get away with this. I'm invisible again. I got away with it. He got away with it. How's that? No entering Dulax Harbor. I go to my little friend. He doesn't biz out of sneak. Lets me sell to him without too much of a problem. He's getting away with it. And there's somebody else here. And he's leaving stuff on the body, so he's not getting all this money. It's probably a group of friends. You can tell that's not a box because they're not following each other and they're doing different stuff. Well, they might be. They're right behind each other. I don't really care. If they're having fun, I'm having fun. I'm happy for them. Thumbs up. Play how you want to play. Oh, I'm not that bad. Oh, you know what? Rare spawns have a better chance of showing up now. So this guy's a placeholder for a treasury. They all drop little random stuff. You know what? I know this episode is about Torgiran mines, but we've already shown that stuff. I thought to take a quick look, see if I can find a special named monster. Just for fun. See if we get some named creatures. Sell this. Oh, it's lovely. Okay, sharpened doesn't do anything. If it's sharp, he doesn't want it. He has no interest in my sharpness. Ornate pick, very important. Steel and copper, no one wants it. Daggers are alright. Claws are okay. So it looks like the miners are a winner when it comes to taking up gold in the sun. Those buckles sell for a lot. The ore is worthless. Let's make some troll sandwiches later. Pristine ore is worthless, which normally means it's a quest item. Image of Inner looks nice. Everyone wants one of those. Everyone loves Innerrook. Smiley face, wiki face. Okay. So let's see if I can find some rare spawns. Just go check on the boats. I won't stay long. I'm just curious. Want some heavy mines actions, I know. See if we can find the captain. El Capitan. Nope. By the way, I can only do this because I'm invisible. That would absolutely flame me alive otherwise. And there is an increased chance for rare spawns. I don't see them. See if the architect is up. See, wouldn't you rather have the purple cloak on those heads? So that ugliness. Looks like a chocolate candy. There's a dark elf here sometimes. That might be her. Nope, just a skeleton. She didn't drop anything really cool or anything, but sometimes she's there. See if the architect's in. Ding, ding, ding. Nope, this would be the architect, I think. This is where they make the ships. So I'm not saying those wonderful named. So what's going on here? Oh, is there just randomly... So in this random spot next to these rocks. What did you do? Free my cat. So in this random spot, well, I guess this one you can tell the thing's a little bit different. Oh, hey. There's more of these things. Turn of Hate. Yeah, so that's the logo without his robes. He's a fishman, so he can get away with it. So I wonder, are these Ennerook servants? Maybe. Yeah, hate bringers. Okay, I didn't realize there were logos out here. Q. We're here to just check the names. Like, I saw this, but it didn't like dawn on me that this was a different area. Because normally when I'm out here, I'm just hunting on the boats. I don't normally go this way. Yeah, there's invisible walls. You can't actually fall down there. So I guess Ennerook's, so what's this then? Yeah, there's a little tiny road. So there'd be an enraged soul stealer. Hate malevolence, hate malevolence. Emissary of suffering. Q. A black-blooded nightmare. Normally I had to fight through all these things. I'm just kind of invisible. Well, see, that's not the symbol for Interrook, so I'm kind of like... Interrook symbol is a bunny. That's octopus. I'm kind of wondering what's up with that. So go back to the squid bridge. You're a fish person now. I mean, some of these ships are called like the Hate's Fury and stuff like that. So it's not like really too shocking to find this. But all those years, I didn't realize that this was a part of a zone. Okay, this is kind of new to me. Nightmare. Probably some good looting too. Violence. Any rare spawns? A black-blooded assassin. Do they drop anything special? I don't know. I could probably roll through all these, but without external goading, it's kind of like get you back to the mines. But I just want to see. This is new for me too. Those hunting the pirates is very fun. So I guess these models probably accessed them earlier. Oh no, there's water. Not water. Spooky. This looks pretty neat. So I wonder, since Enric usually creates stuff by corruption, I wonder what these used to be. So what is the logo? Logo assassin, malevolence, emissary. Oh hi. Captain Varn scowls at you. You suspect he can see you. Okay, I guess, so he's sitting here, level 70. He's around like level 50 monsters. That's me in game. He sees through invis, so you were prepared for me. Oh, hey. How you doing? Well, looks cool, though. I'll get out of here before I regret it. My scouting mission is complete. Now everyone knows that Interrook's children are about. Well, more of them. Dark Elves are a very popular race to play in this game. My mage is a Dark Elf. And my cleric. My warrior and shadow knights, ogres. I'm normally on the side of darkness. What can I say? That's why it annoys me when Rallo's deck ogres are killed on sight in Neariac. Why? Don't tell me, oh, you can just go to the Plane of Knowledge and buy your stuff. I want to be friends with the Dark Elves because I'm an ogre. Rrr. Okay. Anyway, these would definitely at least attempt to rip into me if I was there proper. You know, not in Viz. But I was unaware of this area. It didn't even cross my mind. I guess it's kind of because normally when I went in, my goal would be to go here-ish. It would never cross my eyes like, oh hey, there's a little weirdly colored log in the middle of nowhere. So how would you know to get out? Okay, so is there any like indication? Nope. You just have to know. Yeah, no wonder I missed it. I don't even see it now. Let my poor cat go. Yeah, I don't even see it. Without maps, there's no way you'd know half this stuff. And there weren't maps back when I was playing. To think, there was something like that right under my nose the entire time. I just went over here. I was just like, oh, let's go, fight these monsters, fight these pirates, have a good piratey time. And there's something afoot with the Luggolds. Danger, danger, danger. So let's see if Captain Tarragon is up. There's an increased chance for him to be up, but you never know. Cannoneer. Captain. He is up. It says he's not a rare spawn. Let's cause some trouble. Where's my pet? There you are. You dare attack Lady Darula's captain? I hope you welcome death. It's just for fun. You are here for my amusement. Please die nicely. I do get experience points for this, so it's not entirely a waste. No one's gonna come and attack you unless I do. It would be kind of cool if they like called all those crew members over and I just got like swarmed by like 500 light blue mobs. I'm like, oh, accidental grinding time. And I'm kind of curious if he drops anything special, because you think he would, right? What secrets do you hold, Captain? And down he goes. And Captain Fear is not death, but how I loathe the manner of my own. So he dropped a sea-worn ring. That would have been very powerful back in the day. I'd have probably been thrilled to get that. Let's just see if another captain's up. Doesn't say he's a rare creature, but he sure wasn't up commonly. So I guess we'll see Captain Rockbelly, then we'll go back into the thick of it. Yeah, let's look at the Ocean Crasher. The tough ships have a special named captain. Maybe you'd say it was the captain in the little secret area. Don't know why they have level 70 monsters like up there. So we got Captain Rockbelly up. I see no captain. Nope. I was so used to playing with invisibility versus undead back in yonder day. I really liked running around spectral areas with invisibility. But most monsters in this game are alive, so it's kind of a treat just to kind of be walking around these areas where normally you'd be destroyed like constantly. Looks like they're still having a party. They might be 2-boxing because that person's following directly behind it. So I'm going to say that's one player with a second account. I changed my mind. Not that it makes a difference, but the thing is, if you're going to do that, you might as well go with 3, because that way you can get to the Lost Dungeons of Norath, which I think are some of the cooler things. Get a whole little bunch of mini dungeons all to yourself. But I digress. So we're just gonna smack around some. Well, we're gonna get EXP too. So we're going to set up camp for the next hour and a half. We're gonna play this game like we're actually not trying to show off a zone, because I've shown you pretty much everything now. I've shown you the parts of Dulac that I missed. I showed you this area. You got to see a rare spawn. Showed you the bosses. So now we're just gonna settle in and do things old school. So when my pet gets here, we'll set up camp here. I think this is the first time you're seeing me officially camp in the old-fashioned way. We're doing old-fashioned camping. We're playing old school. This pillar is my friend. This wall is my bed. This piece of terrain, that's my furniture. Yes. We got like 8,000 platinum. We're still beating out the mercenaries' paycheck. Check our buffs. We did go a little bit of an offside there. We'll be okay. The camping has begun. Do, 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 do. Yeah, I really like this zone. You need invisibility to get here, but if you don't mind just popping through the miners each time. Thing is, those pickaxes weigh like 11 pounds a piece, so it'll fill you up on weight real quick. But the ornate ones obviously sell for a bit. Boink. My mercenary is probably going to get bored. I might turn them off. Well, it lets me kind of relax, because he'll take care of the warder. I'll just spend time healing it. He just makes things easy. Thanks, buddy. You're kind of like a ranger. Down he goes. Timber. Pull his buddy. That's how we did it back in the day. So this is officially Milton's camp spot. If you ever want to do this on yourself. Nice and relaxing. Let's see. Not really sure what the ice worm looks like. I wish I'd let you see it. An ice worm, they look pretty cool. I'll show you at some point. But they're big, like really big. I see it's a cube map. See, it wouldn't let me see the other one. So you're right, little piggy. For a melee character, that's not a big deal, but if you're playing as a pure caster, sitting on a mount will let you meditate without drawing monster aggro. So if you're on a raid, you'll see your warriors running in on foot with their weapons drawn, and the spellcaster sitting in the back on these Drogmore horses or whatever the heck they're riding nowadays, casting their spells. It kind of it looks kind of cool, to be honest. Melee combat and on a mount, at least when I stopped playing, was a little bit wonky. Maybe they fixed it, I don't know. Come on. Let me magic spell stick. It doesn't look like he's gonna run. If he was gonna run, he'd already be doing it. We got a brave one. He's fighting till the end. I'll be leveling soon. We're about there. That's always exciting. Be level 55. I'm a primalist right now, but I think I get a new title at the 55 mark. Boink. I'm getting a bonus because EverQuest is running an event. Like, hey, it's Thanksgiving. Let's give you free stuff. I'm like, sure. I don't mind free stuff. I'm not one of those players that care too much about other people suffering for the sake of suffering. Just I want to play a game, have fun. They give me a toy, they let me have fun. Yay. Do, 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 do. This guy's got necks. You think he'd be asking us some questions? Didn't he? Boink. So what should I talk about? I don't know, there's really not too much to talk about. This is just this is kind of the part where you just kind of relax. Can you imagine relaxing in a video game or an MMO? Just having a good time? You know, looks like he has very poor shoes. Trolls, I think, have 2 toes. It's kind of hard to find one that actually has his shoes off, but next time I see one, I'm trying to show you. I think they have 2 toes. Some random knowledge. You'll never use it. Ever. You get a lot more experience fighting blues and whites and yellows. It takes a lot longer, but and obviously you get less loot because less monsters are going down. But the experience is usually better. So trade-off: do you want to fight a bunch of greens and light blues and get tons of loot, but level slower, or do you just want to take on a challenge, get experience from it? Not sure why these aren't running. They'd normally be running by now. Not that it's a huge deal. We'll save some mana. pretty much what you'd look for in a camping spot, though. It's you got single pools. You're in a good location. Nothing spawned here originally, so you wouldn't have to worry about monsters spawning on top of your head. Ding! You have gained an 8 Fury at the cost of 0 points. What did you do to me? An 8 Fury. Passive ability increases the damage you deal with all forms of melee combat by 18%. That doesn't hurt a bit. Okie doke. I get new spells, I guess, on top of that melee boost. So I learned Olmecan's Alacrity and Shaw's Restoration. So I'll heal faster now. Chloroplast, which is used to be a really cool spell. When did I get this? Rose Fury Sundering is a druid spell. When was I in a situation where I'd pick this up? What? What? Okay, so anyway, that means I'm out of spells to have in my little library. So next level I need to go back to a Plane of Knowledge and buy my new spells. But we got a new heal for my pet. And Chloroplast. So this gives you a health regeneration for 20 minutes every 6 seconds. You get more health. This used to be so powerful. This was the spell. Kind of want to take off healing, but at the same time I know that could be a disaster. That's just danger waiting to happen. You know what? I'm not really healing my pet that much. Let's put Chloroplast on. Because I have my mercenary for most of that. Obviously, healing 300 versus healing 1400 has a huge difference, but you can see me playing. I'm not really doing it that often. So we'll save over general. I'll load buffs. Yeah, I'm just not healing my pet that often. If at all. But I can chloroplast him for 20 minutes. That's kind of a big deal. And this will replace yeah, so this is just for my pet. So I'll stop losing so I'll lose a hit point boost, but that doesn't really matter too much. Not really worried about it. Getting my pet more haste is always good. Save my boofs. I'm gonna give my pet these new toys. My pet can always use new toys. Let's rebuff them while we're at it. Give him some haste. I like how they never give the beast sword a haste spell. It'd be kind of cool getting some haste for myself. But I'm supposed to rely on my pet. That's kind of the point of the class. So I can't be like that mad. I lose my hit point buff, but I shouldn't be taking hits like that anyway. Switch back to general. You know, Spirit of Wolf and the Chloroplast. Chloroplast is nasty good. Like, it doesn't seem like having 20% more or 20 more health per general, but to put that in perspective, people play XR for the health regeneration. People play Troll for the health regeneration. Like, they play their entire class because of regeneration. So to have a strong regeneration effect, it's a big deal. And if I just keep it on this, I can just refresh it like all the time. That makes a difference. Yeah, it's 18 minutes of regenerating 19 hit points every 6 seconds. That matters. So we'll pull the miner. What are I gonna do? So it's like every 6 seconds I get a little bit more health back. Yeah, that'll cover up some wounds. If you get Chloroplast and you're like max hit points is like 200, and you're healing like 20 every 6 seconds, that's a huge deal. This is like the big twink spell. You never go wrong with it. If you notice my health is kind of is naturally going up. It's like, well, I've got the celestial healing from my mercenary, but you know, you can kind of see there's a little jump every once in a while. Chloroplast doesn't seem like it's that great, but Chloroplast is ridiculous. And since I'm not using pet healing that often, might as well. Why not? Because if you have a Necromancer in your group and he's in his skeleton form or specter form, he loses health every 6 seconds. So if you Chloroplast him, he gets tons of mana with no health cost. It's kind of a big deal. So pull the boat guard. Level 56, I'll have to go back and pick up my next spells. Depending on, oh, now I'm an animist, so my title changed to animist. I think what that is used to be level 50 was this cap, and then they switched to level 55, so you got a new title saying, oh, you made it to the max level, and then they continued the pattern over and over and over again as the game kind of dragged on. Dragged on might be the wrong word, but you know. Having Chloroplast is it hurts nothing, it helps just a little bit. My life loss failed. And I can still just like heal a little bit in a pinch. But if I was really in danger, I'd have my mercenary on, or I'd be gating out. Yeah. I see you can heal my pet a lot better than I can. He's getting paid to do it. And virtual money. Because he's a virtual character. His shield changed too, I think. I leveled up. And get him away from the pillar. No, it's still the scaled shield, I think. Yeah, it's still the scaled shield. Every once in a while his weapons will change. You can adjust when they start blinking, so you don't have to mouse over it like I am, but I don't see a problem with it. Kick him in the butt. Give him a bonk. Bonk. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, so I think tomorrow I want to go to Kedge Keep. Because it's an underwater zone. You won't see it very often. Yeah, 35 to 50. If I don't do it now, I'm going to out-level the area. So next time we play, I'll do Kedge Keep. I mean, Kedge is fun, but it was underwater. So unless you were in a very specific situation, you wouldn't never see it. Down he goes. Silver skull ring. A silver ring with a skull engraving. Well, I guess that's kind of obvious, but it's mine now. Come here, Stinky. Oh, this is such a good camp spot. While I was kind of touring the zone, I was kind of like looking for this. Basically, this is the best camp spot. And this, you can't see what spawns around the corner if you're kind of in these tunnels. Like if you're here, you don't know what spawns here or what's there, or something spawns behind you. So you like walk up into its face. If you were here, that was like 5-door room. That was the most dangerous place I've ever been so far on this character. That could have gone bad. This is an okay spot, but as you can tell, we kind of sat there for a minute and they didn't respawn very quickly. So you could be kind of sitting there waiting for those luggolds. Then you had here, they're like, now there's a 3 pool. So this is okay, but again, you have corners where you don't know. You can't really see. Like there's 2 spawns here. There's 2 spawns here. There's the patrol. And there's the monsters in here. Then you have the, I think it was what, 2, 3? I think this was 1. I could be wrong. But you're kind of turning a lot of blind corners, and on a warrior class that might be okay, but if you're playing like a mage or a wizard, taking a punch to the face when you're wearing cloth isn't generally the most healthy thing you can do for your character. But out here, it's you got wide open sight lines. You have the 2 spawns here. If you're really overkilling things, you can go take out the 4 spawn here. But you got 2 spawns here. Then you got the bridge. You know, if you're on this side, you can single pull them. But I think if you're pulling from this side, you'll aggro both of them at once. So you got to be ready for that. But that's okay. I think we might need to. No, we gotta respawn there. Let's check my buffs. How they doing? Yeah, 40 minutes. So I can't really like point out that hey, the chloroplast is helping, but you know it'll be okay. He might aggro the other blood guard, which is fine. I'm not really too worried about it. This is why snare is so powerful. If you're playing a dark elf, some of them get a clicky snare called Clinging Darkness. Oh, that was perfect. And that went about as perfect as it could, situation considering. Perfect pool. Can't go wrong there. If you ever want your pet to like stay in a certain place, not chase after everything, you can tell it to sit. It'll just kind of sit down and wait for you to tell it to do something else. But I've never been too much in need to control things. If you're playing an enchanter, you can't control your pet at all. It's like way later in the game. So if you were going to an area and you wanted to have good faction with, and there's a bunch of low levels, and you know you're kind of sitting down, just kind of relaxing in a place you shouldn't be, and then you know you're sitting down, so low level monsters will attack you. So then you get kicked in the back of the head by this low level monster, and your pet, which you can't control, turns around and kills that NPC. You take a major faction hit to the place you want to just kind of relax at. Now, even with a disguise, everyone is upset with you. And your pet's just like, you know what? Should have done something to me if you didn't want me to fight somebody. Now, if you charm an enemy, you can control what the charmed enemy does, but the charm can break at any point. But your little sword and shield flies around with you. We used to call him Bob. You can't control him. But yeah, this was really fun. This is what the old video gamers did back in the day. We just find a spot to a pool and pretty much just do this like for hours. And we will literally do this for about an hour. Well, unless this fills up and I need to go back and get playing a nod and get some spells. Because I only bought to like 55. That's okay. This one's not running, so we don't have to worry about it. Who else is a respawn? Look at that 5 platinum, he's swinging out my pet. Pop. Down he goes. Who's next? Let's keep the party rolling. Here he comes. A funny story, I had to go to the bathroom real quick, so give me just a minute. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. So I know I hear a lot of, if you go online, people tell you EverQuest is a really hard game with, you know, it's impossible, super hard, etc. They just can't figure out how to do it. It's a super hard game. You're being lied to. The reason people liked it back in the day is because it was relaxing. You can enjoy it. This is not a demanding game. You can pull blue mobs and just like chill. Did I lose any DPS? Maybe a little bit. But DPS didn't really matter. It still doesn't matter. Usually raids were like 72 people. One person isn't pressing their kick button. Oh no. End of the world. I do not want to chloroplast my pet again. Chloroplast. Chloroplast. This is such a good camp spot. I am very pleased with myself. Let's keep the party going. Yeah, every time I see someone talk about this game, they talk about how hard it is. You are literally just auto-attacking. You're not pressing buttons, you're just... If you're a spellcaster, you're pressing like a combination of spells. It's not hard. The entire reason people like this game is because it's easy. The environments are varied, it's fun. This game does have some mechanics like harm touches and stuff like that, and death touches, which will instantly kill your character. They have false walls, and they have fake trap floors. Yeah, it has that stuff. It's like an old Dungeons and Dragons game. But it's not hard. Like, if you're with a friend and your friend is like, hey, there's a wall here, there's a trap here. And now you have maps nowadays. But you just socialized. I don't know. Every time I see because I like this game, I played it for off and on for a very long time. But half the fun is, yeah, because it's not too hard, it's not challenging. And you just gotta relax. You can make mistakes, which you'll pay for. You have to treat the game with respect. But you get situations where you know what you're doing. You're not just trying to like run and guns blazing. You kind of have to like feel it out. But I've never been here before this zone today, and I've already found a camp spot. I'm respecting the fact that I don't want to be in a room with like 3 or 4 enemies that spawn in the same place. But I just found like the spot. I said, this is the camp. And look at this. I can probably do this for another hour and not have any problems at all. And we'll be spending, what, 48 platinum on my mercenary. Well, that's not a big deal. So I wonder. Well, let's see if he runs first. He might run. He's a runner. Come here, boy. Did you run from me? We'll redot him up just to get that extra damage. That is a huge waste of mana, but that's okay. There's a bruiser. I think you've wandered too close, lady. Come here, Stinky. She snarls viciously, then lumbers forward to crush you. Look at that swing on her. This is why no one plays trolls. You're gross. But anyway. I wonder. What expansion is this? I think it's is it? Yeah, so this is just like a key show. It's 5 zones. But, you know, it wasn't too bad. So, Hunter of the Torgiran Mines. So this is all the random monsters you'd find here. There's Dreadlords. There's Mercenaries. Level of Filer sounds like it's probably something here. So we found the Mutated Laborer. There's probably like... No, there is... So there's the Corrupted Half-Elf Miner. There's the Crazed Halfling Lunatic. Dana the Insane. And there's a lot of stuff. 5... Maniacal Kobold Miner. It's probably just staying in the mines and finding the miners, you know. You can find all sorts of treasures. Each one of these zones is like that. They have their own little things to them. So who is bruising who? Demon be slain. Yeah, a spiked plank. I still don't know what these go to. They have to go to something. I just don't know what. I'm gonna pull the blood guard over here. We can probably be safe finding it over there, but I'm camping. Literally camping. I had evolved into my old ways. Teaching an old dog new tricks is not the easiest thing. I don't want to learn new tricks. I want to enjoy my game. So let's do a mercenary deal with all that mess. So Legacy Akeisha, it was there's a lot to it. I'm kind of wondering about the Caverns of Vassal. That's interesting. Activating the compass unlocks further ranks of journeyman speed. What's journeyman speeds? Hold on. Because that's important. I can literally run out there and get that right now. Where's journeyman speed? This passive ability further increases your base run speed of 1%. This modification does not affect the movement speed effects. So this isn't gonna stack with Spirit of Wolf. So okay. Who knows? That might come in handy for somebody someday. You walk around a lot, you get free journeyman speed. Loot. I'm reposting and blocking for some reason. I'm not sure why. I guess he turned around while I was in my menus. Let's see. So Interrook's in the crypt. There's obviously a raid. Interrook is a god. He's like this game's most killable god. Everyone likes Interrook. He is the bringer of loots. See, there's a lot in Dulac's Harbor that even though we saw a few listed, there's a lot we haven't even seen. There is so many rare monsters in this game. We've only seen the mutated labor. So it's good we saw him. There's obviously a lot more to it. This blood guard ain't running. He has no interest in running from us. Kind of makes me wonder what kind of mace he's carrying around. House of troll parts. He did a little tea bag. I saw that. You aren't clever. Miner's back up. Pull her. And down she goes. This is what a half elf looks like. I don't think I've actually shown you. Like, this is the default wear for a half elf. So me when I was younger in high school, I was like, wow, that's hot. So enjoy if that's your thing. Nowadays, this is kind of reserved, I think. People don't really wear clothing too much nowadays, do they? But just the old fantasy. It's funny, everyone complained about fantasy looking like fantasy. And then you kind of leave them to their own devices. Now they just like don't wear anything at all. It's like, why? Why did you have to subvert my game? See, this miner is subverted. Why'd you do it, man? You could have left things alone. I digress. Give me your loot. Please walk through the pillar. Yeah, if you're playing a melee class, that's kind of annoying. Because monsters, all the monster knows is to get away from your character. So if you're like running, they don't see that there's a wall here. They just see that their path, because, how to explain? They have a set path. Like, they'll go through their set path and walk either this way or across the bridge. Like, they're walking on a set path. And they will do anything they can to get to that set path. Like, they're running towards me because their AI tells them to. But there's just like one, like if you play Team Fortress 2 on bots, like just offline, you know, they have a set path. If you're like playing sniper, you can just sit there because it'll always run that same set path. This game has that same programming. So if you know where their paths are, you can, if you're playing a bard or something and you know the maps, you can fight these things without very little risk to yourself. And I never bothered to learn it because I really don't care enough to do so. I'd rather just relax. But there's some power gamers out there. They would run with like 40, 50, 80 monsters, just pick up the entire zone and just play music until they all fall apart. It lagged the server too. So they limited it to like 4 or 5 monsters, but was it really that big of a deal? Yeah, people were playing a lot, people were doing it, but they weren't going to do it forever. I don't know. It made sense back then to them, I guess. But I'm more of a, I like fun. And if it's a cheesy strategy, I will use it. Like if you see my Skyrim playthrough, I can do very cheesy things at times. I'm trying to play a neutral good character. Part of me wants to do a Legion playthrough where I just play as an orc that just to use this heavy armor, use it kind of the opposite of the mage, take stuff. Maybe do the thieves and warriors quest lines on him, but I don't know. Maybe if my old series gets popular, then we'll go about it. But I'm not really too in a hurry about that. Might end up pulling the other blood card. Nope, almost. But not quite. And now we will pull it manually. Let's pull them over here. I dubbed this camp the Pillar Camp because there's a pillar here. This is the Pillar Camp from now on. I have claimed Torgiran mines for myself, and I have created the Pillars Camp. And this is now the meta. I have defined it myself. Let's turn him a bit so my pet's not getting reposted. Or post, or whatever you want to call it. My pet likes reposts, likes, and shares, and whatever they call your social media nowadays. Pressing one button and destroying this monster. Some games will give you carpal tunnel nowadays. Respect people's risks. Play EverQuest. It's kind of funny to think that this is kind of like the extent of this expansion. We paid. I didn't think it was that expensive. I think it was like $5 or something like that. I don't remember how much it cost. You get it free nowadays. Like, you only have to pay for like the last 2 expansions. And you're not going to get there for a very long time in order to play this game. I think back in the day, this was like, I don't even think they had it in stores. Like, these, with the Ruins of Kunark and Scars of Velius, you like actually go out to the store and buy like an actual copy. But I think Legacy of Keisha, which is the expansion I'm playing now, I think it was just like the first time they had an expansion where you just download it from the internet. And back then we were just like, what? You're not going to make a disc so we can like play it? And you're like, no. Just download it, it'll be okay. You own it. No big deal. So we're like, okay. It was good fun. You know, this is just kind of like what people would say in the old days that just play EverQuest. This is kind of what they were talking about. You know, maybe I'd be doing homework, or I'd be doing, you know, talking to somebody. You know. Well, this is what they meant. They'd just be like, it'd just be this. They'd be like pulling a monster, bringing it over, slowly leveling the character and talking to people, maybe talking to their guild. Because if you're playing like a modern game, like World of Warcraft or something like that, you have 500 buttons you need to press. Why? You can't be like, hello friend, how are you today? You can't do that because you're constantly pressing all these keys. You have lost the plot. No one wanted to play the game because of special abilities. Yeah, I have special abilities. I can slow him. I can disease him. I can hit him with my spike in the head. I don't know why they wanted to make everything. No, I don't want to. I'm tempted. If this company can change the entire world, I can make a petition and you know, change everything, but I don't think they can. They got like 4 MMOs on this one. My chloroplast, it's going away. Oh no. Do 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 do. How are we doing on your other buffs? Yeah, we'll just chloroplast them and give them the thread wolf. When I saw those old sparklies, let me show you. When I saw this coming from someone's hands, I got excited because I knew chloroplast was coming. Like, you can't really see a huge difference because of the way I'm playing. But chloroplast was one of those buffs you'd be like, if you had chloroplast and Kodiak's endless intellects, you had your hit points and your mana just shooting up all the time. And it made you feel invincible. But you had to find a shaman and an enchanter. You pretty much had to be in a group to get those buffs. And you know, you'd rather talk to people than solo. It's just incentive to just like play with others. Like if like let's say this was in the 2000s and other adventurers were walking in here, and I'd be like, hey bro, you want to play with me? I got chloroplast. I can slow the monsters down even though I never really do. You know, they'd be like, yeah. It was cool stuff. Just bonking enemies with my stick. Are you gonna run or are you gonna stay and fight? The big question. We got a fighter. He's going nowhere. He has decided he wants to beat on the cats. Like, I think if we called the pet away, I think he'd just run. But for some reason, he's not into it. Yeah, my weight's getting kind of heavy. Come here, blood guard. We got leveling to do. And this is really sweet as far as camps go. Single pools, little risk. This is glorious. Now this is online gaming. So it used to be you'd have people in... One of the things that kind of made me mad is guild reputation. Because it used to... This is kind of like the beginning of like the Reddit people when they start getting online. They would get mad if you were in their guild and you would talk in general chat. Because they were worried you would say something wrong. I'm not talking about me personally. I'm just talking... That was your general attitude. I hated those people. Because what that does is it makes it where you can't talk to other people. You can't get to know other people. You're stuck with that guild leader. You're stuck with that guild. Because you can't talk to anybody else and you can't, like, figure out other viewpoints. Like, what if you really like that person and that person really liked your opinions? You can't get shut out from that. So what I did is I became a guild leader myself, and I said, nope, we're not dealing with those kind of people. So even before the Reddit moderators and all that garbage started, I was already against them. I was against them when I was like 20. And now I'm like 36 now. I've always been your enemy. I've always hated you. And yeah, I thought I would change maybe like a little bit, but no. If you can't talk to people, you can't make new groups with people, you can't get to know new people, you may not like everybody, but you have to give them a chance. You have to be able to talk so you can make friends. I hope that makes sense to some people. Because if you were ever in a guild that said, no, you can't talk to people, we don't want you talking in general chat, you might embarrass the guild, you might damage our reputation, maybe your guild deserves to be fallen apart. I'm just saying. Maybe you deserve it. No, I'm not changing my opinion on that either. That's my hard opinion. So it wasn't always sunshine and rainbows when you're talking to people in this game. But, good lord. I always valued freedom over anything else. My paladin couldn't go into Kanos, he couldn't go into Freeport. But he was going into trade chat, and he was going in general chat. Whether you liked it or not. Here he comes. But it was fine. You know, I never really had a problem finding a group. And raiders were more interested in raiding than general chat. I think most raiders had general chat off. Like, they were just like... Because when you're in a raid and you're like talking to, you know, other people, if you're playing a cleric, you have to be casting complete heal, and you had to be typing it, or you had a macro. Be like, I'm casting complete heal. Next person to the cleric's line needs to start their complete heal. And, you know, it would be, you know, you're talking to your raid, you really can't use the distractions. Like, it's not that they hated general chat, it's just they were busy. But raiders generally in games, raiders are usually good people. But they just play the game to raid. You don't really see them in general chat. They're just like, okay, log in, general chat's off, trade chat's off, we kill the boss, we say, okay, cool, we may post like on our website, we defeated X boss today, woohoo. And then they would get along where they have some inter-guild drama, and then they fall apart, and you see them in the general population for a bit, and life goes on. But what if they talked to people and got new recruits because they were willing, like, to say how they felt? I remember there was I think they're called elitist jerks. You had to pay like real money to play with them. It was kind of like the baby version of loot boxes today. Like, you pay them for like Dragon Kill points or something like that. I don't know, there was a whole thing about it. But I was always against them. I was like, nah. I pay for the subscription for the game, that's it. If you want anything else out of me that's not a heal or a tanking situation, I don't want any part of it. And there's like, it didn't matter if they were okay with it or not, that was just the way it was. I'm just stubborn like that. That's why I'm stubborn now. So I wanted to just do 4 hours. Got about 30 minutes left before I start running out of time. So I'm kind of wondering, do I want to well, I think when I run out of weight, I'll go back and pick up the next 5 levels of spells. And then we'll go to Kedge Keep. Just to kind of get ready for the next stream. So I guess that's a thing for rogues. That's neat. I don't know if that's useful or not, but it looks cool, but I haven't played a rogue, so I wouldn't know. I used to have a friend that was a rogue, and my paladin had a earring that gave enduring breath, and I hunted in Kedge Keep. I'll bring up this more next week, but if my character ever died, my stuff remained on my character's corpse. So I couldn't die in Kedge Keep because I wouldn't be able to get my body back because I'd suffocate. So it was always a high risk, but I wanted to hunt in Kedge Keep. I wanted to see what it was like. But now that I've got enduring breath and I'm in the right level zone, I'm gonna go play. I'm gonna play the game the way I want to play it. So as soon as I defeated all the enemies, let's go fight these miners. Yeah, I wanted to fight the resistance miner anyway. I will gladly choose death as my release. Let's take your axe. Well, I guess there's no point in bringing him out, is there? So I wonder, it's just like, what do you do with the keys? I don't get it. I don't know. Freedom? Yeah. I feel bad, but yeah. So we got an Inky and a half elf. We'll assist our pet. I really wish I knew what to do with these keys. I don't get it. It would make sense. It'd be like you release the miners, but they're hostile and they attack you on sight. So it's like, what do you do with them? We've been all over the zone. I don't know what you do with them. I'll probably end up just destroying them. Yeah, after we get a little bit more, I'll go sell, and then by then, yeah, I'll pick up my spells. So this has been the Torgiran mines. This is a very fun zone. I found a camp. Yeah, this was a blast. I enjoyed it. Kind of had some thoughts about the old days there for a bit, but they say you change when you get older, but I never really felt that way. I'm more confident now. I used to like worry what other people thought and stuff like that. But as I got older, I've been exposed to more people on the internet. It's just like, what are people doing? I think it's funny. This dress isn't the default uniform for a dark elf. Like, I think it's the leather suit. So this guy's kind of wearing the equivalent of a shirt and tie. And I'm encumbered. And being encumbered is a good sign that it's time to go sell my loots. We had some fun. We learned a lot. We saw some things. There has to be something to do with these keys. I don't know. She has a beard. Oh yeah, it used to be in the old lore. Like women with beards was a thing, especially with dwarves. Like I don't know how to what to do with the keys. I'm sure there's some mechanic to it, but that's okay. Nearing Dulux Harbor. I am still encumbered. I think if you're encumbered, you take more fall damage. Don't quote me on that one. But generally, you don't want to be encumbered. And you might be wondering, be like, hey, why don't you just go to Plane of Knowledge and just sell? I don't know. I just want to use the Shady Shopkeeper one more time. I just like the sneaky bait salesman. It's so rare you get to use them, I guess, is a good explanation for it. Because if you're not a halfling, if you're not a Bashir, you don't have sneak, you just can't use this vendor. He is a very exclusive type. If you're not a rogue, it's like, it's so hard to use this vendor. I think it's kind of funny. He still has the backpack pattern and barley I sold him. So yeah, if somebody watched this and found a way to access this vendor, they could buy all the stuff I've been selling. There was a YouTuber and he streamed and he sold this stuff and I bought it because I'm his biggest fan. I don't know why I had that spell. I don't know. I'm only showing items I can use. He actually has more. So 30 boarding axes, 17 bucklers of Interrug. This is what we've been selling for like the last day or so. And we'll switch that back to. So see where we killed that captain for nothing. We gained absolutely nothing from that. We gained nothing from his death. We are bad people. So technically fighting the miners, you get more money. Because all the special stuff you get from the trolls, you know, they sold for something. But it wasn't a game changer. I don't know where the shackles go to. It's okay, it's not the end of the world, but still, it kind of makes you wonder. You're like, okay, I got this, what do I do with it? Because you get like Crushbone and you're a good race, you can free the good blind races. But if you're evil, of course, the slaves will try to beat you up. Because that makes sense, right? Like they're sitting there in shackles, being like, "Oh, someone can help! come help me, quick! Find the keys." And then you go over there and you're like a dark elf, and then you just get drop kicked. They're like, "Come here! I'm just gonna drop kick you in the face." Video games. So we're gonna put our dear friend here on passive. Because I think it's time to go back home. Because our planet needs us. I wonder if the librarian will eat my whatever this black ore thing is. Yeah, I'll toss that up and see what happens. This comment left intentionally blank. It's the old Wood Elf model. That looks back in the day, that was amazing. Like, whoa, we got a Wood Elf in our party. She looks so cool. Oh, barbarians are cool too. You know, you can if you made a barbarian, you could stay in the barbarian newbie zone from level 1 to level 60. I'm not joking. You'd end up going to Permafrost Keep, where you'd fight Lady Vox, but you could. So while I was playing today, this ogre met his end. If I had to guess, where'd you fall? Yeah, if I had to guess, I'd say this ogre fell off the edge. Scam will get you. Alternatively, you could say you might attack the, guy, but I doubt it. I think it's more likely you fell. Forensics, let's go. Let's see. There's more languages. I just haven't had a chance to learn them yet. I guess you have to be a certain power before you can learn some things. Level 70, 65. We get some new things. Level 65, we've kicked so hard, we can round kick someone in the face. This is the Beast Lord. If I went Wood Elf at the beginning, you'd be getting these little trees. That would have made it for a different experience, wouldn't it? I think they could hide, so they get kind of an invisibility. But when you're playing a class that has invisibility, there's not really a whole lot of a difference. Well, I think hide works on the undead. So if you have hide and you're in an undead area, I could help you out. There's always so many newbies. This game's alive and kicking. Here, will you buy this random thing? I have no need for this item, then you can have it back. And what is this for? The rock beckons you to hear its voice. You may have used a true artisan. Well, you know what that means? That means you're getting put in the bank, because I don't want to figure out what you are today. I'll destroy all this junk in my trunk. I think that's it. So I'll put this in the bank till I figure out what I can do with it. Look at all that random stuff I picked up. The elevator has another victim. It looks like as soon as this person fell, they played for another almost an hour and they logged off. I'm sorry, what? You know what I want to do? I want to chloroplast a newbie. Here, get chloroplasted. This spell is too powerful for your intended target. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. It used to be you could do that. Like you just go around, because the spell, the regeneration is really strong. Like game breaking strong. In case I need to emphasize on this, it's really strong. You used to be able to though. Here, you should be strong enough. Enjoy a chloroplast. It helps you out of range. You lost chloroplast forever. There's no universe in which you have chloroplast. You will go on forever not knowing that if you waited one more second, you'd have chloroplast. What doomed timeline have we stepped into? What's funny is in Plane of Knowledge, all of your spells are permanent until you leave and it starts counting down again. Well, I'm going to go to Catch Keep anyway, and it's going to take me a minute, so there is no point in buffing until next week. You used to be scary. Oh, okay. Yep, no matter what level you are, these rats will always attack you. Unfortunately for them, I have a pet. Not even worth looting. Newbies just hunt down here. Sometimes the newbies get hunted. This one died while we were logged in and doing our stuff. So across the world in Blightfire Moors, this wood elf lost their life. That was 30 minutes ago. I don't know, I just like doing forensics on people when I walk by. On my cleric I'd resurrect them, but because if you click them or inspect them twice and that resurrection timer is counting down, that means that player is logged in. When you toss them resurrection, they'll see it. And they can get rid of their corpse. And that's why those corpses stick around. And they can manually get rid of those corpses if they know the command. But I found out some people don't know about /waypoint. You can add waypoints to your character. I think this is the worm that I wanted to talk about earlier. That looks like the worm. That's what it looks like. Not bad looking. It's a world of magic. I saw something come down those stairs. I'm not sure what it was. Very pretty. I think this was the first zone that you had where you actually couldn't attack the NPCs. Before this, you could always like attack. Alright, I think I'm upstairs. Yep, there we are. So Beast Lord Tomes. Level. So we're up for 3 tomes. So buy one of these tomes. One of these tomes. And buy one of these tomes. Next one comes at 60. I just gotta make a mental note. So I got 3 new toys. Suppose you will increases your resistances. That's just these. Not that big of a deal. This renders you immune to fear. Not that big of a deal. It used to be. When you were in the plane of fear. That was like a game changer. So this calls a protective spirit to guard your body, greatly decreasing the damage you take. So this is a defensive one. Now I haven't had my menu up. I gotta remember how to bring it up. Yeah, my combat abilities. So make a hotkey, protective, fearless. So in theory, if I saw someone casting a spell on me, I can click resistance. If I saw someone about trying to melee me, I can protect myself. If I was getting feared, I'd hit fearless. But the cooldown on these abilities is you know, like this lasts for 5 minutes. It takes 30 minutes to get resistance back. Protective is at 12 seconds, and you get every 3 minutes. So it's like, this is a, you know, it's a bit, you know, it takes like your yellow bar. If you ever wondered what the yellow bar is for, it used to be for your stamina. Like if you jump, you lose stamina. But I've had levitation, so I really can't show you right now. I probably won't ever use these, but so we'll clear that for the space. But you know, it's there if I wanted to use it. Go to our beautiful troll here. Actually, first let's organize our backpack. Yeah. Someone's been selling to her, that's for sure. So we'll buy our spells till level 60. I don't even care if we level tomorrow. I just really like the catch keep zone. And yeah, you could look at these and see what they do, but when you learn them, you can kind of learn on the fly. So it's not that big of a deal. Now, what kind of bugs me is you see these cost like 100 platinum a piece. And in Gorokar Mesa, you didn't really get a whole lot of money. But since we don't have to do Light's Harbor, we're able to kind of, you know, soften this blow a lot more. But yeah. This is how the trolls looked like that I was used to. Back in the day, they were a bit better. And unlike the new trolls, they don't wipe. So Shrek would be very happy with these. And if you're wondering, ogres, they have infected ears. And every once in a while they'll scratch. There we go. See, ogres can't wipe either, because they're too big. It's just a little bit of flavor. It adds soul to the game. Nothing says soul like an ogre scratching his butt. I'm just saying. Okay. So now we're prepared for the next journey. Got a rebuff, but we're going to be going out about anyway. So we're going to go ahead and head to the catch keep area. Which is my favorite way to go through this, is the Butcher Block Mountains. We're going to Caladim. Oh yeah, Torgiran Mines. Or Torgiran Mines. Just imagine being the information NPC. I don't think anyone's ever used this in their life. Outside of the novelty. Let's see what they're about. You know, I kind of wonder if eating is paused too in the Planet of Knowledge. I know they pause buffs. But do they pause eating? I wonder. A decaying dwarf skeleton. And then a skeleton popped out. But yeah, this is the newbie yard for dwarves. Back in the day, this is all we had. We didn't have a map. We didn't know how big this zone was or how small or whatever. You just had to follow the road. There's a guard here. Now, surprisingly, some guards were good at defeating monsters. Some guards would just ignore your character and you'd die right in front of a guard. They wouldn't care at all. I think they're still like that too. What kind of bugs me is at the front of every like zone, there were 2 gate guards, you'd call them. And it's usually the guards that newbies would run to. But sometimes evil characters or good characters, depending on whatever city it was, they'd kill the 2 front gate guards to get into the city because they're guarding the city. So their response to that was to make those guards very, very strong and just have the player just run past, you know, the gate guards and go into the zone because they don't follow you across zone lines. That's kind of annoying though. Because like, let's see, like this is a goblin, right? Yeah. So they killed that goblin through the wall. Yet another victory for Caladim and the Bloodforge Brigade. Yeah, so it was him. So I'm guessing he walked through the house. I'm too tall to get into. So I'm guessing he like phased through here, hit the goblin through the. Oh, good. Now the trick with these is if I heal that, it'll hit my dark elf faction. If I hit this one, it'll hit my ogre faction. Now they already see me as a threat, so that can get worse real easy. Can you not? No. Okay, Nizel's just on a rampage today. So having to walk towards me because he was hitting him from the back. Oh lord, he's on the rampage. So if you were a newbie and you were in danger, you'd run to Nizel. What are you about? They added a bunch of quests to make EverQuest a more questy game. So if you want to play mail delivery, I think that's what those guys are for. He's waiting for someone to play her quest. Isn't that sweet? So back in yonder day, you just kind of hope you took the right path. You wouldn't really know where it went. And you just walk down the road and look around and hope something like a little goblin wouldn't be sneaking out. This is all you saw. You didn't have a map. You see, like, you'd look over the hill, there'd be like a little goblin there. Kind of like this. I'm just saying. And you know, oh, there's a goblin camp over there. Yeah, wandering bloods. That would damage your ogre faction, obviously, but your dwarves and ogres in this game, that's their opposite race. So it's dwarves versus ogres in this game, and it's froglocks versus trolls, and high elves versus dark elves. Humans are I think it's just humans versus humans. Corrupt versus not corrupt. I think there's another quest NPC. Yeah. If they're level 50, they're usually just a quest NPC. But at the end of this road, now what's funny is this used to be the peace and love place. Like there was a worshipper of Quellius that made the estate what's now the estate of unrest. And Catholic Fool and Interrook just kind of body slammed this poor guy. It's like he was the first only person to like make peace with the trolls and well, not trolls. Well, yeah, trolls or gnolls and orcs and everything else. He didn't used to be here. He's just a male person. So you didn't know how big this zone was, right? So you were just walking into this cauldron. It said Dagnar's Cauldron. That's the only thing you had to go on. And you would just kind of like walk in these sheer cliffs. It's kind of like the Stone Hive, these things where it's just flat, you know, a hard walk for a while. It looks really pretty. It just kind of sets the mood. There's no monsters here. If you need to run away from a monster, you got to run all the way down this path, assuming you can find the path. Because once you get out there, there's you know, I'm running a Spirit with Wolf Speed. This used to take a lot longer. But she's new. Yeah, it's just another male piece. There used to not be anybody out here. Semper Belmore. Sounds like there's a joke in that game. Or that name, rather. So if you want to send some more, that's your lady. And there's that old music I liked. So you come out here, you know, you leave this path, right? This is the first thing you see. So you go down to investigate, right? There's some dwarves and elves. Now in EverQuest, well, if you can't figure out what to do with them, you know, this is a level 18. You'd be a little seasoned before you came out here. This is a reference to the Fantastic Four. So, hold on. I'm tabbed out, that's why it's kind of weird looking. Bear with me. I'll take a screenshot of this for later use. Okay. My silliness is satisfied. Anyway, this is a reference to the old Fantastic Four. I'm not sure how the how it goes, but yeah, that's who these people are. If you hail them, you know, say you've been wounded by the beast of this region. You know, if you talk to a Nyran, say hail. You know, they'll play around. I need to be healed. Let's see, we'll sit and rest a while. And, you know, ask Sigan to escort you to the pass. So Sigan, if you ask him to take you to the pass, he'll take you back there, because without a map, can you see the path back? You just walk down this hill. Unless you, like, know the path is there. And this is assuming you've been walking around the zone for a while. This was the only way you get back, is with the help of the Fantastic Four. So that's what the things are. Oh, by the way, you see that? The Title Lord? He's not always alive. So for old sake, we're going to help this guy out. For old time's sake. Oh yeah, that sells for a lot. A water ring. Oh, that's for a magician quest. We'll take it anyway, just because. So Sigan attacks literally everything. So he may not be there, and you may not want to wait for him to respawn. Well, sometimes when you assist NPCs, you attack them. So a few times my paladin had to take out the Fantastic Four just to kind of like not be slain. That damaged his faction with the rest of the good aligned races. So everyone eventually got to the point where they hated my paladin. Like he was like XR levels of that's a new NPC. Level 50 didn't used to exist. Everyone was mad at my paladin. But basically you'd walk around here, and on this island there's an NPC you can sell to everybody. You know, no one tells you this NPC out here. She's new, she didn't used to exist. There used to be like nothing out here. I don't know why they added all these extra NPCs. There's a reason for it, but I'm not sure what it is. But at the very top here, why are there 3 of you? What is going on? Anyway, he's a vendor for poison. And he sells to everybody. He's always neutral. Don't worry about that. Okay, he's not gonna buy the ring, so we'll destroy that. Hey mage, you need that thing crunch. Anyway, like the view distance here is so big. That looks jank, but that's okay. Anyway, there's really nothing over there. I don't know why there's 3 of them for some reason. It used to just be the one. He used to be up there, and they probably did something with him. Like, hey, let's do something special with this NPC. But yeah, back in the day, you'd have that one NPC. But Platinum weighed money back then. So even though you could sell your heavy items, the money itself still weighed money. So you still have to go back. So you go to talk to Sigrin, and if you didn't attack him on sight, he'd take you to the pass. But the reason people came out here is this little blue wall. This is probably one of my, or this is one of the most loved dungeons in the game. It's called the Estate of Unrest. And I'm a little too high level for this place, as of now. Little guide NPC. They added a whole bunch of these little things, didn't they? I think she's old. I think she's for the old Ghoulbane quest. Pretty sure you're old. Don't quote me on this. I think she's for the Ghoulbane quest. But anyway, you'd be out here. This is like the only dungeon. Like you could go around here. There's like goblins and stuff. But you never go out here. This is why you came. If you were out here, it's because you missed the Estate of Unrest. This is why everyone came here. Everyone loved this dungeon. This is always popular. I bet there are people here right now. I'll probably do an episode devoted to it just to play around. I'm over leveled for it because that's just the way the game is. But this was the spot back in the day. So see how it rains through the bricks? That's how you know it's the good place. Yeah, this is the Estate of Unrest. So basically a follower of Quellis wanted to make everything peace and love. And, you know, ally all the old races of the old world. And they saw this, and this was people... So this is a worshipper of Quellius, like the ultimate peace people. But, who was it first? I think it was there was a necromancer for Interrook that killed the people of Quellius and raised them all as the dead. And then once that kind of got resolved, another follower came that worshipped Kazakh Thul and said, we want to make it worse, make this permanently, like anyone who dies here raises as a zombie, not just people that get raised by the necromancers. Like everyone here, this is a cursed land. And Kazakh Thul was like, yeah, if you sacrifice your life to me, I'll do it. So his worshipper was like, yeah. So it turned into the Estate of Unrest. This once peaceful place. Quellius couldn't even fix it. She was just like, you cursed my place so hard. This is now what was once a peaceful, everyone loves each other place. It's just a mess. So this, these old creatures, you know, these used to be peaceful people. Rare spawn. Rare spawn. It doesn't say it, but I know you are. You're rare. I know you're rare. Basically, in this game, Hearing of the Dead. That's worth something. His scales dripping with rivulets of blood. So maybe that was an Nixar. Because these zombies on the scales, you kind of have to play pretend. Now what's funny about this building is, even though I'm kind of over leveled for it, these are like level 12. These aren't scary. Like you're supposed to adventure here is a good race. I didn't like being out here where zombies were walking around, so my paladin. So there's a... Where was it? It's right here. If you underwater, like you wouldn't know this unless you were like a little player. There's a gnomish spunkler and a zombie named Sarah. Now this spunker judged me aimlessly. He doesn't have a faction hit. He was indifferent to my paladin. If you kill him, it doesn't say you lose faction or anything. He eventually started judging my paladin apprehensively, like he was losing faction. But it doesn't say what faction he has. And this zombie here is just level 1. Hello, can you help me? I lost something and I need it so I can go home. I think this is like the daughter of that Quellius family. But she's for a bard epic quest, so for most people they won't be able to help her. But if you're a bard, this is where this very elusive NPC is. So instead of being up there with all the zombies walking around, when my paladin needed to meditate or something like that, I'd come down here and I'd hang out with the gnomish Splunker and Sarah. So I'd just be like sitting here in this very tiny spot. So I knew no zombies would like come after me when I was like trying to recover. Ignore this lady. She never came. I don't know what she's doing here. Are you just trying to make a point? That isn't very nice. Anyway, ignoring her, I just sat up here where no zombies would come and get me. You're just being mean. You're making me look stupid on camera. Anyway. That's where no zombies would come and get me. And it worked. I never had a zombie attack me. Well, I could. Hold on. Let me out. Let me out. Game. Probably because I'm levitating. There we go. Had to jump in and jump back out. Yeah, you just, as a newbie, you just walk around this hedge maze. And there's... The old stories was there used to be a festering hag in like one of these hedge mazes. I've never seen her. But this is just like a little spot where you just, you know, you walk around the hedge maze, you know, get lost, kind of give yourself a little spook. People would say there'd be a festering hag, which is like a level 30 wizard. You come in here like level 20. You know, just be like, there's just little random monsters. This is just more for fun. Like when video games used to be fun. But if you lost, be like, oh no, I am in the hedge maze. There used to be like this old rumor there'd be like a level 30 hag. They like nuke your level 20 character. What's this? Is that a skull? Spooky. Frightful card pumpkin. It feels like a horrifying face is watching you. Well, let's keep it under pocket. Because I'm dumb, let's cheat our way out. I'll do something more in depth on this like at some point, but okay, I'm free. I'll also kind of show you the... So you come down here and... You know, she's a bunch of mummies and stuff like that. They used to have a thing called rabies. See if I'm so lucky to get it. This is why I want to go to a higher level. Because I don't have invisibility versus undead. But those will cast rabies, and those would, Hey, your shield is red now. Not blue anymore. Well, hold on. But even back, like, when nothing was important... No, it's not the right room. It's like a bookcase, right? Wait, I think the dwarf's in here. Sometimes there's a dwarf in here. But he used to be basically the old gate guard. You come to this bookcase here, and take you down to the hidden basement. So even like at the beginning of the game, it teaches you to like not trust walls or doors or anything. So I guess in that sense you could say EverQuest is difficult, but at the same time not really. But I'll talk about that. I'll talk about that State of Unrest. I used to love this place. But I'd just like hide up in that little pocket, like in between hunts. I was a paladin, like I was really effective in this place. But every time I was like soloing, I'd be like, just go up in my little pocket. Be entirely safe. Just gain my mana back, relax. Watch a cartoon. Nope, nope, nope. No danger here. Yeah, I've got my scales so we won't be suffocating. But yeah, Catch Keep is an entirely underwater zone. So you can't sit down. Well, I guess you can nowadays. Used to be you couldn't sit down and meditate. You know, we'll go under the water here. This is what you see. There's a goofy goblin with a silly animation. But yeah, I used to love like the water in this place. Just some aqua goblins. And from the start, for surface, it doesn't look like this is anything. But yeah, there's no air down here, so we're going to rebuff tomorrow. We'll actually start on top of this hill. That's for fun. That way you can kind of see going in. Make it a little bit fun, right? Yeah, we're doing Torgiran mines somewhere far, far away. I think it'll be alright. But I do want to say thank you for enjoying this time with me. Talk about some fun topics. We learned a lot. I had a lot of fun. What do you want, Bashir? I don't have all day. I have work to do. No time to chat with the likes of you. Well, good sir. I would be more than happy to chat with people coming to see me. So we're going to I call it here. Thank you guys for spending time with me. Hope you have a wonderful day. Bye bye.